Hello? Yes. Thank you. Well, welcome back. Now we're going to start some comments from each member. And I would like to start calling Professor Vitor Ramos. He is from the National Academy of Exact Physical and Natural Science from Argentina. Vitor, the floor is yours, please.
Alô?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to express what our Academy thinks about this S20 summit meeting. First of all, our Academy fully supports the final statement of Science for Global Transformation without reservations in its 5 task forces, being aware that climate change influences each of them and its consideration in each of these efforts is crucial for a common well-being. We would like to congratulate the Brazilian Academy of Science for the preparation of the final statement made with the active participation of experts from different academies and paying attention to the recommendations received. There is no doubt that artificial intelligence has a key role in the development of our societies. Its capacity for transformation is enormous. However, this instrument must be applied with a strong ethical commitments, both private and public, given that it can affect not only our quality of life, but also our right to live in a sound democracy. Argentina is aware of the importance of the bioeconomy, given that it's a country with immense renewable resources, both in agriculture and livestock, which in recent years has been at the forefront of producing technologies that allow the sustainable development of these resources. However, our country can produce food for 400 million people, has more cows than inhabitants, and despite the high technology applied to these resources, has 10% of its population in extreme poverty. Regarding the energy transition, we fully agree that each country must prioritize its set of renewable energy vectors. Our country was studying the transformation of blue hydrogen from methane gas into sustainable energy, based on 200 years of gas reserves that Argentina has. However, large investments are necessary to make these processes effective and contribute to sustainable decarbonization processes. We agree that to promote social inclusion and cultural diversity, the people should be at the center of all development policies, and nobody should be left behind. It's essential to allocate the resources necessary to ensure full economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. Argentina, once a developed country with 5 Nobel Prizes, 3 of them in science, is under strong stress these days. The current government of Argentina is denying climate and environmental change, is not supporting the promotion of science and education in science, is eliminating all action to prevent gender violence and has a total contempt for the poorest and most indigent people. We are afraid that our president will neither accept nor take active steps to achieve the important S20 recommendation. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Victor. We are taking notes, and I think would be very important, the ones that have written notes, if we can get those together, because they will help a lot to work tomorrow on the joint communique, because sometimes there are going to be points that need to be addressed, and if you have written already, thank you so much. And I feel really, you know that. I know you for a long, long time, and we have been meeting a lot during the S20. You are always present in the early in the morning, late afternoon. So thank you again for being here. Yes.
Just a word. I wonder whether our committee, as the other 19 or 18 members, should express some kind of solidarity with the Academy of Science of Argentina and more globally with the scientists in Argentina in this very difficult time they are suffering.
I think you're totally right. At the inception meeting, we had a text that was forward to CONICET and several decision topics in Argentina. I think we could use part of that and write one. We'll try to do that and circulate, even if we can't finish by Tuesday, by tomorrow, we can circulate among us. And I think by the clapping that everybody agrees. It's very, very important, especially nowadays. So thank you so much for putting this into the floor. Do you all agree? If everybody agrees, stays as you are. Don't move. Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm really sorry. I totally agree with the intent, and I'm sure everybody does. In the case of the National Academy of Sciences, it simply doesn't comment on all the bad things that happen in the world. And you know, as I was just saying to a colleague a few minutes ago, we didn't say anything about Darfur. We don't, and we're very, very cautious about getting into the commenting. There have been budget cuts many places, as you know, and I think essentially all of them unfortunate from our point of view. But we can always consult with the leadership, but I just want you to know that's not easy for us to to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John Boatwright. We totally understand, and I think what we are not proposing a statement for the government, but a statement for the scientists in Argentina. That's we, the members of this S20 meeting, located at the city of Rio de Janeiro, strongly recommend that science be totally restored, something like that, in Argentina. So we'll try to do that, and we totally understand.
More words. Nicaragua, as you all know, Jorge Huete was not let back into his country after a IANAS meeting. There's a dreadful situation there. So I'm not sure what to do about this, but I would like to think with you about what's the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, we'll do that, because if Nicaragua was among the S20, would be mentioned too. But individually, our academies sent, and Ayana's, a strong manifest for what was going on in Nicaragua. But we'll circulate so that we don't take too much time on this discussion. And I want to leave it very clear, we totally understand the ones that will have a limitation on signing, because it's not necessary to all of them, but to come a manifest from part of the G20 members would be probably important. So we understand. I'm saying we because I strongly believe that what I'm thinking is also the same for all our members here. Thank you. Please.
Okay, we agreed that we would circulate the introductions for this session, so it's my turn. I am going to invite Professor Surinder Singh, who is representing the Australian Academy of Science, to present Australia's viewpoints. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. So thank you very much. First of all, greetings to all participants. I am delighted to join you all once again here in Rio de Janeiro, representing the Australian Academy of Science. We thank Professor Nader and the entire Brazilian Academy of Sciences team for your exceptional efforts in coordinating this year's S20 meetings. I'd like to start by recognizing the first peoples of the place we meet here on. I do this acknowledgement out of respect to our country's first scientists, whose knowledge formed over millennia is critical when it comes to many of this year's S20 topics and the global challenges we face. Australia has been pleased to contribute to the development of this year's S20 communique on science for global transformation and creation of consensus-based recommendations to the G20 leaders. We sincerely thank the 5 task force experts for contributing their time and expertise to this process. The draft communique proposed by the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and the supporting document across the 5 topics provides a clear and comprehensive outline of the pressing issues facing our global community and will undoubtedly serve as a valuable resource for informing decision-making processes among the G20 leaders. It is appreciated by Australia that the communique follows challenges of climate change, sustainability, inclusion, and demography. Particularly noteworthy, I think, is demography. As demography, someone has said, demography is our destiny. G20 countries are projected to have population peaks in the young and older people, and hence these demographic factors should influence the adoption and development of technologies. Australia's domain experts have reviewed the communique developed across the 5 topics and are happy with the general thrust. There's some minor comments. One of them is in the artificial intelligence summary. where there's a sentence that says, nevertheless, in quotations, nevertheless, it poses risks that demand responsible management, such as exacerbating inequalities, as well as significant energy and water consumption needed to support data centers. Our expert comments that while energy and water consumption issues are important, they can be managed technologically and should not be overemphasized. So they could, there are solutions for that. There's another comment in the energy transition summary, and we suggest perhaps the mention of nuclear energy as a source of low emission base load electricity could be strengthened. But overall, I look forward to hearing comments of my colleagues and to building the final version of the communique in tomorrow's discussions. And as we continue our collective efforts to shape and influence global scientific policy through the S20, we would like the member academies to consider a strategic initiative aimed at assessing our impact and defining what success looks like for the S20 process. The importance of contributions to the G20 leader discussions cannot be overstated. Our insights and recommendations play a crucial role in shaping equitable, evidence-based policies and inclusive development strategies towards achieving the outcomes ambitiously set out in the UN Sustainable Goals. So once again, thank the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and all member academies for your dedication and hard work in crafting the communique that not only reflects collective wisdom of the scientific community, but also provides foundation for meaningful dialogue and action. I look forward to our continued collaboration in advancing these critical issues. Finally, allow me to take a moment to wish our colleagues of the Academy of Science of South Africa all the best for assuming the S20 presidency in 2025. Knowing South Africa's rich history of scientific contribution and its commitment to advancing sustainable development, I have every confidence that your leadership will bring fresh perspectives, meaningful initiatives, and transformative progress to the forefront of global discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please.
May I request Darren Gilmore of Royal Society of Canada to make a statement, please?
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi, and thank you very much. My name is Darren Gilmore, and I am the Executive Director of the Royal Society of Canada. On behalf of President Alain G. Gagnon, International Secretary R. Paul Young, the Board of Directors and the Council, I bring greetings from the RSC. Today is July 1st, and in Canada, this is the day of the year when Canadians lend particular attention to our history and to the ways we might continue to learn from the past in order to help create a better future. Happy Canada Day to all of you. Bonne fête du Canada. A EGSC gostaria de agradecer à Academia Brasileira de Ciências pela excelente organização deste processo e pela sua hospitalidade. Gostaríamos também de parabenizar a ABC pela concretização bem-sucedida de suas ambições como presidente do S20 em 2024. Thank you, Professor Nader, for your inspired leadership of the Academy and for your effective stewardship of this important process. The 5 task force chairs, alongside leading scholars from throughout the world, have produced declarations that are cogent and distinct. Brilliant support has been provided by an experienced and expert team, some of whom are in the room today. We would like to acknowledge and thank Marcos and his kind and generous colleagues, including Guilherme, Deborah, Danielle, Elisa, Gabriela, Victor, and Fernando. Obrigado, colegas. We also wish to emphasize our admiration for the transparency with which the drafting process was conducted. Because the ABC ensured that the repository of expert input was available throughout the process, our collective confidence in the merits of openness was deepened. The tenor of exchange and dialogue throughout the drafting process this spring has been energetic, collegial, and productive. My comments for the communiqué this afternoon are some suggested final recommendations from our team of experts. In keeping with the 5 statements that inspire it, the communiqué is clear and focused. For the energy transition portion of the communiqué, our experts have emphasized that, grosso modo, the energy transition processes involve the need to produce, transport, store, and use zero-emission energy carriers, electricity, hydrogen, ammonia, and biofuels, with minimal or no GHG emissions. For the bioeconomy section, we note the alignment of the priority to drive biomining, forest products, forest-based chemicals, and energy transformation with the objective and aspiration to include traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and rural communities. This is a significant enhancement that can contribute to social and economic justice by adopting knowledge, wisdom, and practices in technological innovation while simultaneously working to restore the natural environment. We think it would be useful to include social factors alongside demographic factors as considerations in seeking to anticipate technological requirements to drive innovation. This adjustment might also feature in the discussion of development policies, where we think it useful to note that people need to be at the heart of social and economic policy as well. The health challenges portion of the communiqué accurately notes that leveraging artificial intelligence can contribute to enhancing access to public health, including in remote areas. We would, however, emphasize that in many remote and rural contexts, health data are not available, and there exists, therefore, a potential for widening health disparities. A key focus, therefore, needs to be on responsible AI. Indeed, there are concerning risks in the rapid development of artificial intelligence, as noted in the statement and the communiqué. At this point, we do not know how to design an AI agent that would be both smarter than us and that will not turn against humans. We need to accelerate efforts to develop appropriate governance to ensure responsible AI. These and other ethical concerns remind us of the centrality of insights from the social sciences and humanities. We are encouraged with the increasing engagement of scholars in the humanities and social sciences to complement the abundant expertise in the natural and applied sciences that resides in the membership of the S20 academies. We hope that this momentum will continue and increase throughout the balance of 2024 and during the S20 presidency of the Academy of Science of South Africa in 2025. To be sure, the challenges we face as a global society have technological elements. Fundamentally, however, our challenges are and will remain human challenges. We need to continue to increase our engagement across disciplines and across knowledge systems in order to benefit from the full spectrum of expertise in developing evidence-based recommendations for our governments that address urgent issues impacting humanity and the natural world. We need to continually recommit to approaching global challenges from a broadened understanding of the term science, just as we need to continue to get to know one another across borders, however real or imagined, of all kinds. Obrigado. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for your comments, and we took notes already, and we'll ask for your help so that we can prepare for the document tomorrow when we are going to go over step by step. Okay, so thank you so much. I now have to pass the floor to the Chinese Academy of Science, to Professor Youdan Chao. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson, leaders of National Academies of Sciences, and colleagues, good afternoon. I am Youdan Chao, Research Head for Science and Technology Strategy at Institute of Science and Development in the CAS. I have long been involved in advising Chinese government on science and technology policy making. Over the past 20 years, I have to participate in all the legislative and national science technology development planning consortiums in China. I am very delighted to take part in this S20 summit on behalf of CAS to discussing the topic of the science for global transformation with the science leader and expert from the different countries. Science for global transformation is crucial for career global development and is a strategic issue that government worldwide has closely focusing on. It can say that the direction of the human further development. The value stands on the development of the science and technology and represent an important social responsibility that the global certificate community must be shouldered. This topic is characterized by its timeliness, strategic importance, and challenges, requiring close collaboration along the certificate community, government, and society. Only through such collaborative efforts can we effectively harness the potential of science to drive global transformation, issues in a sustainable and prosperous further to all. Firstly, I would like to express serious respect to conference organization, the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, for their diligent document preparation and effective organization efforts. In a relatively short period, they have collected opinions and suggestions on 5 key topics intensively, which form the base for the draft communiqué version we see now, like a solid foundation for deeper discussions and dialogues at this conference. From my personal experience in long-term consulting on science and technology policy for the government, this document has a clean, argumentative structure and focus on the key issues of concern to government worldwide. We look forward to more details and comprehensive textual discussion to further consolidate consensus among all parties and formulate more targeted action principles and policy recommendations that reflect the mission of the global science community. My colleagues and I would be delighted to continue participating in discussion and dialogue on this document, especially its policy recommendations. During and after this conference, contribution to the consensus and idea from Chinese science community and scientists, policy researcher. Next, I would like to offer several suggestions to further the reforms the communiqued draft version and better shape it into a consensus document. Firstly, it's crucial to enhance the articulation regarding the role and the mission of the global science community, as well as the science, research, and innovation collaboration between different countries in driving global transformation and addressing common global challenges. Well, the preamble of the communiqued draft version clearly outlines the theme and its origins, and describe the current major policy challenges. It can further specify the role of the science community and the collaboration in better leveraging the global science communication and coordinary national policy position. Secondly, it's advisable to maintain coherence with the existing G20 document in terms of language and expression, especially in AI and in bioeconomy, to effectively present the consensus and recommendation of the science communication to the G20, and to maximize the impact of the policy recommendation. I suggest adopting the established terminology used in G20 document, special participate in area involve AI, energy transition, and other pension topics. This approach will help policymakers from different countries better understand the document. Thirdly, it is essential to focus the discussion on reform the communiqued draft version to more effectively develop viewpoint statement and textual consensus, given the rapid technology advancement in fields such as AI, bioeconomy, and energy transition, which has wide region and complex impact on economy, social, cultural, and environmental aspects. There remained much intricate work in government and mitigation that required further research. The preparatory discussion and dialogue organized by the conference hosts have been fruitful, laying the groundwork by addressing cases from different parties and experts, effectively reflecting issues rising in discussion and dialogue. This effort has significantly contributed to advancing the formation of the communiqued draft version. However, the chief formal and comprehensive consensus directly on the background document remained quite challenging. Therefore, it's recommended that this conference focus more sharply on the content outlined in the 5 aspects mentioned in the communiqued draft version. aims for a more concise and accurate reflection of the value point and consensus from all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, as I asked the others before you, would be great if you could circulate for us so that we'll be ready for the discussion tomorrow on the communique. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we now hand the floor to France. We have Professor Alain Fischer. I may be the only person in the room who speaks no French. So over to you from the Academy of Sciences of France.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So my name is Alain Fischer. I am a physician scientist, presently president of the French Académie des Sciences. So let me start by warmly thank Helena Nadir, her colleagues and their staff from the Brazilian Academy of Science for the wonderful organization of the 2024 S20 meeting. Your choice of topics was excellent, since they address vital questions for the future of our planet. The preparation of the statements went through smoothly, enabling us, giving us the possibility to interact in a transparent, fair, and efficacious manner. So we fully support the conclusions reached on the five topics. I have still a few comments to make based on our expert opinions on three topics for which we have expertise, namely artificial intelligence, energy transition, and health challenges. For artificial intelligence, the text of the declaration is well equilibrated between the promises and the risk of AI. I would like, nevertheless, to stress that the major impact on job market should be emphasized as a balance between job destruction and creation. Thus, I would like to stress the critical requirements to massively educate the young generation to be prepared for becoming AI-friendly users and to train the new AI professionals. This implies a rapid adaptation in a number of training programs within professional schools and universities as well in all of our countries. AI global governance is certainly, as proposed, a goal to consider given the number of issues to be tackled through regulatory processes, as rightly discussed in the declaration. Nevertheless, it is questionable as to whether it can be put in place in the near future. Perhaps a step-by-step approach based on the progressive elaboration of shared guidelines may be a more realistic vision. Finally, about AI, one concern we may share without doubt, I guess, consists in the fact that most of the research on AI, actually 3/4, is performed in the private sector because of the requirement for huge computing capacities that are poorly accessible to the academic world. These may jeopardize the fluent dissemination of AI worldwide. We need to attract the attention of our governments to this issue in order to promote at least regional alliances, enabling to develop similar capacities in the academia. About energy transition, the declaration mostly focuses on renewable energies, which is fine. Nevertheless, the challenge of intermittent production and difficulties of energy storage must be considered, which is the case in the document. Some countries, like mine, use nuclear as an energy as an important source of electricity production, enabling not to be exclusively dependent on wind, sun, or non-renewable energy sources in the future. Thus, this source of energy, nuclear energy, must be considered further, at least in the countries where it is accepted, in the process of getting in the energy transition. In the future, development of fast neutron reactors should reduce very significantly the dependence on natural uranium sources and also reduce the production of nuclear waste, with the development of a closed cycle for nuclear fuel. Research on these aspects, choice of FNR technology and so on, needs to be promoted. The declaration indicates that the biomass should also contribute in the future to energy production, which is right, we agree. However, great attention should be paid to the risk of competition between land devoted to biofuels production and lands devoted to food production and carbon sink, i.e. forests. About health challenges to finish with. The proposal of a universal health coverage system is right and rightly proposed as a priority. Great attention is also required to its content that may immensely varies from country to country. Should a minimal basket of health procurements coverage be defined with gradual step for enlargement? This is a quite open question to my opinion. As rightly stated, it should be associated, this universal health coverage system, with a robust public health policy oriented on multiple facts of prevention, from abuse of toxic products and drugs, healthy nutrition, in the context of the rapidly growing epidemics of obesity, as well as access to clean air and water. Education and fair information are at the basis of such policies. A growing concern worldwide is the drop in healthcare workforces. Development of incentives to fight this dangerous trend is highly needed. Promotion of telemedicine that also reduces healthcare carbon footprint is part of the solution, but certainly not the solution of that problem. Women have, from neglected diseases like endometriosis to birth control and its consequences, also being delicate issues, cannot be ignored by us and thereby the governments to which we provide advice. Accessibility of essential drugs at low cost should become universal. They are public goods. It is very likely that this will require the development in the future of non-profit pharmaceutical production platforms located in all areas of the globe. So these were my comments. So finally, let me express my congratulations for the successful setup of this important S20 meeting that will transfer very key messages to the policymakers of the G20. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your comments, taking notes, and tomorrow we'll add all of that to the communiqué. Please.
It's my pleasure now to invite German National Academy of Sciences Leopoldina, Gerard Hogg, make comments, please.
Nader, thank you for your kind invitation. Thank you to the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for organizing the Science 20 process under the Brazil's G20 presidency. Your hospitality is truly appreciated, outstanding, and it's a serious pleasure to be in Rio. Science 20 is a crucial platform for global scientific collaboration. It has one key function: providing evidence-based policy advice to the G20 leaders. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussions today and tomorrow, with the scope of finalizing the communiqué in particular and taking the next steps towards the G20 summit in November. 5 topics of S20 cover very important aspects of the global scientific debate. One thing we felt is very important to keep in mind: our heads of state, including senior officials, they don't read more than 1 or 2 pages, a very short attention span. So I think we should make an effort tomorrow with a probably even more concise, and Angela Merkel once called this a leader-like statement, with our concrete recommendations. I think it could be useful, given that short attention span of our audience, to make the recommendations even more clearly visible, for example, using some bullet points. Thank you to the 5 task forces and to the task force leaders for presenting the final drafts. The overview documents are certainly very helpful. The one question I do have, though, for the task force documents, what will happen to them? Are they for internal use only, is a question, which is clearly very helpful as a basis. Should they be made public? We kind of need to discuss all those documents and endorse them also with our boards. And this will be even technically almost impossible by July 19th. If I look at the way our academy functions and probably most other functions. So one simple way out of that, probably endorsing aspects the way the most of us function, would be we could make it explicitly clear that those 5 documents are not endorsed by all the S20 academies. And we add, for example, a footnote, or make this a chairwoman's summary, and state that the positions are not necessarily shared by all S20 academies, because it's very difficult in a democratic academy to do this without endorsement. It would be just too much in the amount of time we've just heard today to be given. But I think it's good to keep it simple, and the impact would be very similar. I also have a few specific comments on the communiqué, which I think we have to focus on. I think there's a possibility to shorten the text of the preamble. And the last paragraph struck us, and it came out of the blue and is a little bit disconnected to the beginning and the rest. On artificial intelligence, we could include a statement of empowerment of citizens, was one comment we got. On the bioeconomy, we could include a little bit more prominently the restoration of degraded ecosystems, as I think this is an aspect of modern bioeconomy strategy. As a climate scientist, I have some strong opinions, of course, on the energy transition process. I think we should prominently include negative emissions, technical and nature-based approaches, a circular aspect for the use of not just CCS, but also carbon capture and use seems to be important. And probably the single most important aspect, and it's important that we don't fall back on what we have done as a G Science 20 community last year. We will never meet any climate target if we wouldn't have market-based approaches on a global scale. It was pointed out this morning to harmonize regulations. And that's a uniform CO2 price. Without a pricing mechanism, without a global carbon market, I think most of what we discuss is in vain. And that would basically include the fading out of coal as soon as possible. Without that, there is no Paris Climate Agreement or anything to. I think antimicrobial resistance is a major challenge and should be even probably more effectively addressed. It's in there. And the one aspect which I would put up some caution is we were surprised to read on this central climate and health fund which is being proposed. We have other funds in the ballpark of 100 billion euros, like the existing climate pledge, and they are already insufficiently supported. So this could cause some major global confusion when it comes to those funds. And then for social justice, and then I come to my end, I think a positive view on international economic interaction as a major source of decreasing inequality between countries through globalization in kind of a trusted multilateral world, which has become so difficult, could be a very positive statement on our behalf. The recommendation, the final remarks, I think they could be somewhat a little better linked to the key recommendations if we probably get more concise, and it would be also good to stay really within some of the scientific fundamentals we've proposed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Regarding the first topic that you mentioned, the 5 documents, we have exchanged not only to the experts, but also to the presidents of the different academies of this G20. But I totally agree. I didn't discuss with the others, but I totally agree with you. That's going to be complicated to have signed all that's written, even though all comments are in there. But I think you gave us, and we can discuss that tomorrow, and a way to move forward with the statements is saying that not all academies worked in the 5 themes that generated the communique, but not all of them are. We need to decide, but we can always write that, so that will help us. And regarding the communique, that's we knew it was going to. We wanted to be shorter, but we decided that it was better to give more, and then we could cut off because it would be easier. And we want the bullets. Myself, I like bullets. We have a mind that's complicated. It's easier when you have the bullets to visualize, just like Virgilio did with the bullets, and also Prata with the bullets in the energy transition. So tomorrow we'll work on that, and I think we'll be able to get a document that's well done. Thank you so much for your comments. And now I pass the floor to Professor Shekhar Mandi from the Indian National Science Academy. That was our past host. And please, your comments on the communique.
Thank you very much, Professor Nada. I join all the previous speakers in expressing sentiments that your hospitality has been absolutely terrific. And thank you very much for that. The 5 presentations that we heard in the morning were very comprehensive, and I would like to congratulate all the 5 leaders who made their presentations here for being inclusive and generating a document which is very consensual. So thank you very much for that as well. Coming to specific recommendations, first of all, the Indian National Science Academy is very pleased to see integration of social justice in promoting inclusion and ending poverty as a part of the document. And I recall one of the very influential books written by J.D. Bernal in 1939 about social functions of science. And I'm a very proud member of the Bernal School because I myself come from the scientific lineage of J.D. Bernal. So it's very great to see that Science 20 is taking a note of social functions of science in that particular respect. Coming to specific comments, the Indian National Science Academy would like to bring on board a few points with respect to all the 5 bulleted points. Firstly, regarding the artificial intelligence, what we would like to call for is some kind of an adaptive regulatory framework which is dynamic and capable of adapting to the evolving nature of AI. As all of us recognize, AI is very fast evolving, and not all aspects of AI and its impact on different aspects of human endeavor are not known. And therefore, we need to tread carefully when we come to the ethics of AI and other aspects. We also need to clear boundary conditions to prevent undesirable AI behaviors, and we strongly advocate the creation of partition walls within AI systems akin to fire breaks in forests to avoid systemic failures and uncontrolled propagation. So we would like to actually see some kind of guarded mechanism which are adopted by countries around the world in adopting AI for different human endeavors. In terms of the bioeconomy, the first thing that we need to do is to adopt a standard definition for bioeconomy. The document proposes the following definition of bioeconomy. I would like to put it for your consideration. The current document says is the bioeconomy is based on the supply of goods derived from renewable biological resources, bio-based products, food, feed, bioenergy, health supplies and pharmaceuticals, comprising traditional knowledge and practices and in line with United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. What we would like to propose is a somewhat larger definition of bioeconomy, which would state comprising all economic activities that depend on biological resources and their derivatives, including bio-waste, byproducts, to provide products, processes, and services across sectors while promoting environmental sustainability, social, and economic growth. We believe that such a definition would be rather broader in its scope and relevant to bioeconomy. For the biomanufacturing and biofoundry, we would like to propose one minor amendment saying that promote biomanufacturing approaches to provide environmentally friendly alternatives for transforming today's consumptive manufacturing paradigm to the one based on regenerative principles towards a circular economy. In terms of energy transition and processes, and just now a comment was made about energy transitions, our emphasis is on just and equitable transitions. There appears to be a clear north-south divide in terms of energy production, usage, and consumption, and that must be recognized when we actually push for energy transition, and therefore the emphasis should be an equitable transition. We recognize that the G20 member states account for more than 75% of global energy consumption and more than 75% CO2 emissions. That is, we all in this room. And we are also responsible for a large fraction of clean energy innovations globally. So on both sides, we are doing pretty well. Therefore, enhanced coordination and collaboration between G20 member states will be the key to shape the transition to global energy systems towards sustainable, inclusive, green, and just outcomes. As we deliberated in the S20 communique last year in India, equity considerations have increasingly become central to the discourse and must now play a key role in the energy transition. At the global level, countries have contributed to cumulative greenhouse gas emissions to different degrees and are at different levels of development, capability, and vulnerability. And this point must be noted, and we should actually push for equitable greenhouse gas emission and energy transitions. In the health challenges, quality, equity, and access, what we would like to actually emphasize on a consolidated view of what we call health. The One Health approach advanced by the World Health Organization and other United Nations highlights the interconnections of health of humans, other animals, plants, and ecosystems, and this, we hope, would benefit the discourse and understanding. Addressing the health challenges of the 21st century would require a focus on both the technological and social determinants of health. Innovations in medical technology must be paired with efforts to address factors like education, income inequality, and access to healthcare to ensure that all individuals can benefit from advancements in health. And finally, social justice, promoting inclusion, ending poverty, and reducing inequalities. And I was very pleased, as I said, in the morning, multiple times SDG 1 was mentioned, removing poverty. And we are very proud that India, when it became independent in 1947, we adopted science, technology, and innovation as the primary vehicle for our growth. In our constitution, India's constitution is very unique. It mentions that every citizen of the country must develop scientific temper. And very pleased to say that UNDP, when it released its report about 1.5 years ago, it said that India was able to lift 415 million people out of multi-dimensional poverty in the last 15 years. 415 million people, there's more than the population of the US, out of multi-dimensional poverty. And this has been possible because of the application of science, technology, and innovation. And as we march forward, I think these kind of examples would be beneficial to other global south in trying to improve the Human Development Index of the people who are in abject poverty. We believe that in sciences, knowledge is power, and that power must be shared equitably. By ensuring universal access to scientific education and fostering diverse representation in scientific fields, we create a foundation for a more just and equal society. Education in science is not just about imparting knowledge, it is about building a community of informed, empowered individuals who can drive the change. Thank you very much for your attention, and we do hope that some of these...
Thank you very much. Thank you really for all the comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go on to a presentation from Indonesia by Professor Daniel Mudiarso from the Indonesian Academy of Sciences. Thank you.
Am I audible? Thank you. First, I would like to congratulate ABC for the beautifully organized summit today. And we have been waiting for this for several months to be able to interact with you all. Secondly, we would also like to express our appreciation for the nicely prepared task force report, as well as the draft of the communique that we are going to comment and improve today and tomorrow. The Indonesian Academy of Sciences, IAP, took a very close look on the TF's reports as well as the communique draft. It consists of 5 areas to be pondered upon, and we are very pleased to be able to share with you what our view of the communique today. In view of the role of science for global transformation, today we have the pleasure to convey our concern and comments about the current communique. And first of all, I would like to start with the structure of the communique itself. Again, in view of the shortness and conciseness of the document, we are in view of simplifying the preamble and introduction into one single section. Probably preamble is the best heading for this type of document. So without too much description about ourselves and the coverage of the communique itself, maybe we can be very concise about the introduction of the communique. On the topics that we view is very, very extensive and depth, we are looking for the possibility of, again, emphasizing and not to repeat what the scientific community elsewhere has been mentioning, so that the G20 summit will have the opportunity to look at what we would like to share in that very important session sometime this year. When we mention about the role of bioeconomy and relate that with climate change, it is very important to not only emphasizing the mitigation aspect of climate change, but from time to time we have to also include adaptation, not only because of the usual way of explaining, but adaptation has been neglected for many, many years. So being in the negotiation processes myself in the UNFCCC, it was only in the COP21 in Paris when adaptation got similar footing with the mitigation. So I think we need not to repeat that neglection of adaptation in every statement that we make here. On the energy transition processes, again, the issue of SDG need to be embraced and quite extensively, or perhaps very closely related to energy transition, especially SDG 7 and SDG 13. I think we missed this out since the affordable and clean energy has to be closely related with climate change issues. On the health issues, we believe that we need to address not only the health that is faced by our generation, but also the future generation, which might be more complicated than what we are facing today. So we need to address intergenerational and future scientific progress at the same time, and the advancement for both physical as well as mental health. Lastly, on the social justice, we seen that the development of the institution related to the implementation of social justice, not only having the perspective of rights, but also responsibility. So let's be honest about this so that we have similar footing on both rights and responsibilities. I would like to support my German colleagues to try to make the document more concise in the light of the statement to be made by the G20 summit itself. I remember when we were hosting S20 2 years ago, I personally anxiously awaiting for how many paragraphs or sentences that's going to be read or included in the G20 statement. It was only a couple of sentences. So I'm not saying that our work will be wasted, but let's take this opportunity very seriously about the issue that we are going to propose to be adopted in the G20 summit. In view of collaboration, it's been mentioned several times this morning and today, this afternoon, but I do not believe we have the modalities how to do this within S20. I think it's timely also to propose if we can do something real with regard to, let's say, South-South collaboration with the support of the North within the S20 community. So we continue to be ready and prepared whenever we are needed to improve the communique, and look forward to see how the G20 summit will adopt our statement. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. Your turn.
It's a pleasure to invite Professor Roberto Antonelli from Academia Nazionale dei Lincei. I hope my pronunciation is correct.
Firstly, I would like to thank Ellen Another, President of the Brazilian Academy of Science, for the warm welcoming and hospitality. The Sherpa of the S20 and all the people involved in the organization of this summit. I also wish to congratulate the coordinators of the 5 task forces for their effort in summarizing so many fundamental issues and challenges for our societies in few pages. We feel you fully appreciate the huge coordination work behind each draft. The Italian Academy agrees with the preamble of the communiqué, and particularly values the constant reference to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United States 2030 Agenda. Generally, the experts of the Lincei think that the broad statements for each theme formulated in the communiqué can be shared. I think it's a good point of balance. There are some minor suggestions that could be considered to further improve the clarity of the document. But now I give the floor to Professor Roberto Zelli, Chair of our Academy working groups. He will outline these minor suggestions. Please.
Okay, thank you. I also would like to join in congratulating the Brazilian Academy for its hospitality, the preparation and the organization of this event. I here summarize the comments very briefly of our team of experts, theme by theme. So, artificial intelligence. Advances in artificial intelligence pose risks that cannot be neglected, like exacerbating existing inequalities and increasing energy demand. These risks have been stated in the communiqué, but the concrete risk of misuse of AI technologies or the need to secure powerful AI systems against physical and cyber attacks could also be mentioned. As far as the bioeconomy, the experts agree to propose a common definition useful to better frame the strategies for the implementation of bioeconomy models. Some modifications are possible, but we'll discuss it tomorrow. Energy transition process. Here the focus is on the contribution of renewable energies, which covers, as stated before, only part of the issue of energy transitions. Carbon capture and storage, nuclear, and so on. The recommendations and the intentions are completely shareable, but the choice of an overly optimistic view may obscure some consequences. For instance, the communiqué could highlight the fact that the costs of the energy transition process, at least in the medium run, should not burden the most vulnerable communities or segments of the population. Regarding health challenges, the communiqué should state that we are very far from some ambitious goals indicated in the document, such as the universal health coverage, and an exceptional effort is needed to achieve the aim. And it is also essential to closely monitor progress concerning SDGs with intermediate indicators. I'll say something later. Social justice. It is true that science can help reduce discrimination and promote social inclusion, as said in the communiqué. However, it should be acknowledged that the exceptional technology progress we are experiencing today has an unclear impact on the economy. There is the risk that it could create increasing disparities, both within and between countries, and this should be avoided. So, maybe some comments have been already cleared by the presentations of the coordinators of the single task this morning. Let me add that I love bullets too. Let me finish with one note. In a recent paper of the United Nations about the progress of the SDGs, it is reported that out of 139 targets, only 15% are progressing as expected to be achieved by 2030. Alarmingly, 17% have stagnated and 19% have regressed below the 2015 baseline levels. As many said, renewed multilateral efforts are required to accelerate towards the achievements of these goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That report that you just mentioned, it's amazing. And it really, if all the 193 countries that signed in 2015 have been following, I think some are going to be crying because it's really a tragedy, some of the information. We moved forward, we did it better, but there is still, as you mentioned, a really long way to go. And tomorrow we're going to add all this to the communicate that we are going to, with the bullets. We are trying to convince all the others. Bullets, not bullets to shoot, okay? Bullets as writing. Just, I have a tendency to always, I don't know if it's because I give too many classes. Nowadays, not as many as I like to do it. And if you don't say something to the audience, mainly young generation, they fall asleep. So I always do this. So, and it's not, you're not the falling asleep, but I cannot change my behavior. I apologize for that. Thank you so much. So now I have the honor to pass the floor to, I apologize because I don't know how to pronounce correctly your name, Professor Junko Ibiya from the Japan's Council, Science Council of Japan. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes? It's now on, yeah. Well, your pronunciation actually is almost perfect. Just almost. I am Junko Hibiya. That's like the most appropriate pronunciation of my name. I'm Vice President in charge of international activities of the Science Council of Japan. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the chair, Professor Elena Nadel, for your excellent leadership and successfully organizing the Science 20 meeting here in Rio de Janeiro to build a just world and a sustainable planet. For our communique to contribute to this goal, I believe it is essential we S20 member academies mobilize the full range of interdisciplinary scientific knowledge that will provide scientific advice of greater significance to the G20 leaders in today's turbulent world. The 5 challenges of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences have chosen are all crucial, not only for the G20 countries, but for the entire planet. I would like to express my sincere admiration for the tremendous efforts of the coordinators who led the preparation of the 5 task force documents and the experts from the 20 Academy members who supported them. The 5 documents, as well as communique, are comprehensive, covering a wide range of critical issues we face. Here, I would like to make some comments on them. Number 1, on artificial intelligence. The current draft communique primarily focuses on how to utilize the AI technology effectively, safely, and fairly. However, it is equally important to recognize that the current AI technology needs more transparency, interpretability, and explainability. These issues cannot be addressed only by questioning how to use existing technologies better. The global community must understand that current AI is still immature in this sense and has substantial room for fundamental research to secure those requirements with international cooperation. This point should also be mentioned in the communique. Now let's move on to the second point, bioeconomy. We fully support the bioeconomy based on the supply of goods derived from renewable biological resources. In its promotion, we have to be mindful that the high production costs of biotech products may hinder their adoption. In order to further the adoption of bioproducts, not only investment in innovative technology development, as described in the task force document, but also policy support, such as financial support to bridge the cost gap between bioproducts and ordinary products, is needed. And on the third point, energy transition process, as stated in the document, each renewable energy is important, but there is still no prospect for all the people in the world to be self-sufficient in that energy. Along with further research and development of each of these technologies, studies should also be carried out on assessment technologies on energy system and the ideal vision of the global energy system as a whole. Health challenge. I wholeheartedly agree that we have to tackle the health impacts of climate changes to achieve universal health coverage and bridge the gap in mental health and promote well-being of everybody. These challenges are particularly serious in vulnerable communities, and that leads into the fifth point, social justice. The inequitable distribution of scientific knowledge relies on the economic disparities and power structures rooted in historical context. In particular, bridging the gap between the advanced and developing nations is on the urgent agenda at the global level and is a challenge for science and technology, policy and diplomacy. At the same time, we should not ignore the fact that inequalities exist not only at the international level, but also within each country. Due consideration needs to be given to the socially vulnerable groups that obviously exist not only in the advanced nations, but also in the developing countries. As a member of S20 Science Council of Japan will do our utmost to collaborate with you all and strive to make our planet even better, backed by the power of science. And I would like to conclude my remarks by mentioning that wonderful musical performance this morning. I was really, really inspired and fully energized by their performance. And I look forward to the Brazilian tropical violins this evening that will inspire us more and will be all ready for the communique, gathering discussion tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's good. Inspiration. Thank you. And all your comments, we are taking notes, and tomorrow we'll go over again. We have time, because I think it's too early for a coffee break. So we're going to move a little bit further. Okay? Please.
Okay. Good. So this time we hand the chair, the floor, to Mexico. We have Jose Ciardi, who is going to represent the Mexican Academy of Sciences. Thank you.
Sim? Ok. Eu fico feliz de estar aqui no Rio mais uma vez. Obrigado. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted and honored to be here in Rio with all of you. And I'm extremely impressed by the great work that the ABC has done, taking care of all details and conducting the whole process with excellence in all aspects, proposing high and inspiring goals, being very respectful and inclusive, and at the same time with an efficient leadership that has brought us to this S20 summit with great success. Muchísimo obrigado. We all know that science is essential for development, and this has been well understood by several of the countries represented in this meeting. Brazil is one of them. Science is responsible for many of the great successes that humankind has made in the last many decades, as for instance, the vaccine to overcome the recent COVID pandemic. Yet, we know that the world is now facing serious problems that we must face soon, before it is too late, as for instance, climate change. The scientists and the science organizations in the world must act soon, energetically, and with firm conviction. Therefore, we, in the Mexican Academy of Sciences, enthusiastically celebrate the subject chosen for this S20 summit and the 5 chosen task forces, Science for Global Transformation. We found that the communiqué elaborated by the ABC, to be discussed tomorrow, is an excellent document that has been produced through a large process of discussion and consensus coordinated by the ABC. The 5 task forces suggested represent important and urgent challenges for the developed countries, as well as for the emerging nations. The observations by our experts in Mexico were already taken into account and included in this document, so we have no further comments. Those task forces interconnect many of the life-changing goals outlined by the United Nations, and their implementation will greatly help the achievement of the goals to improve the planet and the lives of its citizens. We feel that the ABC Directive Board has done a great job, and the Mexican Academy of Sciences congratulates and thanks them for such an important and successful action. Perhaps it is wise to include in the document a short summary of the major points and ideas that will help us to convey the message of this great summit in a brief, clear, and most convincing way. This can also help us as a basis for example, a press release, or for instance, in our case, to communicate this through our bulletin for the members of the Mexican Academy of Sciences. Also, it is important that besides sending these documents to the G20, we see each of us what is the best way to bring to our countries these proposals and ideas. In that sense, I should mention that the presentations this morning were excellent. And if possible, it would be great to receive this also, together with the documents, as this may help us to convey the outcome of this summit to our colleagues and governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor.
It's our pleasure now to invite King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology President from Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Munir El Dasuki.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, esteemed G20 colleagues. It is a privilege to address this distinguished assembly today. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the G20 Brazilian presidency for organizing the S20 engagement group meetings. Special thanks to Professor Helena Nader and her dedicated team for their exemplary efforts in the orchestrating of the successful summit. It is a wonderful occasion to convene in the city of Rio de Janeiro, renowned for its breathtaking beaches and rich heritage in science and arts, to exchange updates on our prospective countries advancements in science and technology. Saudi Arabia is actively investing in science and technology to solve for mankind's existential challenges. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has identified 4 national priorities for research, development, and innovation, namely health and wellness, environment and sustainable supply of essential needs, energy and industrial leadership, and economies of the future. These priorities are in alignment with the Saudi Vision 2030, aimed to fostering global stability, prosperity, and well-being for the future generations, and is very well aligned with our communique that we're looking at here today. With the first topic that links to our national priority, which is economies of the future, as developing human capabilities in AI is vital for addressing global challenges and driving economic progress. Saudi Arabia is pursuing AI leadership through a multi-pronged approach, including the AI Ethics Principle Framework and the Emerging Technologies Adoption Framework. Our membership in the UN High-Level Advisory Board and AI underscores our commitment to ethical AI governance and innovation. The Saudi Data and Intelligence Authority, SDAIA, emphasizes education and career development to build a skilled workforce for the AI ambitions. Additionally, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, as the MENA representative at the Global Research Council, recently hosted a discussion session during the GRC's annual meeting in Switzerland, which focused on AI in the era of research and development and how AI can influence the future anticipation for research and development. These efforts of the Kingdom show the strategy for becoming a leader in responsible and innovative AI development and application. Collaboration and knowledge exchange, while ensuring national security and ethical considerations, will provide sustainable paths forward. Regarding the second topic, Saudi Arabia is also steadfast in its commitment to bioeconomy, pivotal to our Vision 2030. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is on the path for economic diversification and sustainability marked by substantial investments in the bioeconomy. Initiatives such as the Saudi Green Initiative that underscore our commitment to the desert agriculture, water conservation techniques, and the pursuit of renewable energy solutions, with aims to reduce carbon emissions by 278 million tons annually by 2030, by planting 10 billion trees and protecting 30% of the kingdom's land and marine areas. Regarding the third topic of energy transition, there is no one-size-that-fits-all solution to climate challenges, making it imperative for the G20 to respect and support a variety of transition strategies. These pathways are not just routes to lower emission, they are blueprints for economic transformation, social development, and environmental sustainability. Through renewable energy solutions, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia aims to become a global leader in clean energy, enhancing its international standing and contributing to global efforts to combat climate change. The Kingdom is working to diversify the national energy mix used in electricity production by phasing out liquid fuels and diversifying the energy mix to consist of 50% of renewable energy and 50% of gas by 2030. The Kingdom also aims to add 20 gigawatts annually of renewable energy to reach 130 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, with over 80 initiatives that are being implemented in both the public and private sectors, with investments exceeding 705 billion Saudi riyals to build a more sustainable future for all. And to tackle global health challenges, Saudi Arabia has launched a national biotech strategy, which aims to enhance health and establish leadership in biotechnology. It focuses on tackling health challenges and boosting medical innovation through genomics and precision medicine, transforming healthcare outcomes. This initiative seeks to revolutionize healthcare with personalized medicine, lower medical costs, and improve our quality of life nationwide. The Kingdom is also making significant strides in bolstering mental health and implementing programs targeted to vulnerable populations, incorporating global best practices and improving the training of providers. The approach is holistic, emphasizing the importance of collaboration with educational institutions and research organizations, raising mental health awareness, and developing robust policies. This comprehensive strategy underlines the nation's commitment to enhancing mental health care and the support systems. And lastly, Saudi Arabia stands firmly committed on the principles of social justice, the eradication of poverty, and the reduction of inequalities as outlined by Vision 2030. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia recognizes the transformation power of science and technology in fostering a world where no one is left behind. The Kingdom's efforts in empowering women, and particularly noteworthy and as Vision 2030 has transformed women empowerment significantly. And in 2020, Saudi Arabia has received the Global Award for Women Empowerment and Technology from the ITU Equals. Additionally, in 2022, the kingdom was ranked among the top 3 most improved countries globally in closing the gender gap by the World Economic Forum. This achievement earned the first place and the award for women empowerment and tech in the tech sector in the GCC countries, with women participation in the technology sector increasing from 7% in 2018 to over 35% in 2023. To conclude, I would like to commend the effort dedicated in preparing the draft and the communique, with all the bullets included, which aims to foster our collaborative endeavors towards addressing future challenges in the science and technology sectors. This alignment will contribute significantly to secure a promising future for generations to come. And lastly, I'd like to wish our South African colleagues all the best during the next year. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for all your comments. And before, I think we have time for another comment, and then we'll take a picture together and coffee break, and then we'll return. So now I have the honor to pass the floor to Professor Stephanie Burton, who is the president of the Academy of Science of South Africa and our Sherpa for 2025. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. That task is growing as we talk. So let me comment on behalf of our Academy of Sciences of South Africa. We have appreciated the opportunity to engage with all of this, and in particular, to be able to have our own experts involved in contributing to the individual sections of the communique. Overall, this has been a collective effort. All of our academies have been instrumental in developing the message and making recommendations for action. And I think for all of us, having experts able to contribute to the 5 task forces has been important, but also a privilege and a pleasure. So thank you for that. I think the first point, general point I'd like to make about the overall communique, and we as the Academy of Sciences of South Africa certainly support the communique in general. One of the keys is that we ensure, when we discuss tomorrow these various suggestions and changes that have been made, we ensure that there remains coherence between each of the 5 task force reports and the general communique. I think we must make sure that we check that. Right? Of course, the next part of it is that this communique is a message of global cooperation and collaboration to achieve those recommendations. And what will be important is how we see implementation in due course of all of those recommendations, the idea being a better life for all, sustainability, and so on. So our shared goal with all of this is to see the tangible outcomes of what we are recommending. Having said that, I do note, and it was mentioned, I think, by one of our other colleagues, that changes are happening very rapidly. What we knew to be the case even a week or a month ago is not necessarily the same now as it was then. So the way in which we govern and regulate and interact needs to be adaptable, flexible, and responsive. So I think there's a few general points we can note about what we have already in the various sections of the communique. First of all of these trends and the topics of the task forces are interrelated. They don't stand alone. They are important. It is important to note that they are very much related to each other. And let me give you some examples from my own point of view, or for our own point of view, from Southern Africa. With respect to health, what is really critical is somehow building resilience, the capacity to cope with changes. So it is important that we take into account the situations of local communities and the impact of local conditions in any region. We need to build the capacity to cope with climate change, for example, and of course also to use the opportunities of big data, of artificial intelligence, to build the kind of partnerships that will allow us to support communities in retaining a healthy aspect to their being. So health is not isolated from the big data, the artificial intelligence, or any of the other of the task force focus areas. Similarly, when we talk about social justice, it's important to consider what that means for communities in regions. I think, and we have made the point ourselves in our own responses, that one of the important aspects of considering social justice, and one or two of the others, is the importance of traditional knowledge and taking into account the balance between what one of our colleagues earlier called scientific literacy and the traditional and cultural knowledge that exists in communities. So when we talk about social justice, we need to be considering what that means at many levels. Of course, it also means provision for public services and addressing entrepreneurship and how that might assist with overall socio-economic development. But it does still come back to how does social justice impact on different sectors of our communities broadly. I mentioned artificial intelligence already, and we have discussed in detail today, or it has been mentioned in detail, the importance of ethics and ethical guidelines and development of governance, again, at many levels, not only at the global level, but also at national and regional levels and at local levels. So the way in which artificial intelligence and digital innovation is going to have impact is an opportunity, but it's one which will be very dependent on other aspects of the regions. It's an opportunity in Africa where, although connectivity can be a challenge, the development of digital innovations already existing will offer less developed regions an opportunity to take rapid steps forward. And I think that that's one of the issues that we should consider in thinking about how we can strengthen development and public services and opportunities for entrepreneurship through the use of ethical applications of artificial intelligence. And there is some urgency about that, about making sure that we allow everybody to develop as rapidly as possible. When it comes to the bioeconomy, again, our experts emphasize the importance of traditional knowledge and the impact of innovation on local communities and their well-being. We have spoken often in this meeting and in others about sustainability, issues of planetary boundaries, natural resources, and so on, and tailoring technologies. So bioeconomy really comes down to innovation and quality of living and how we can use the environmental aspects of what we now know to foster that development of well-being and relate that to social justice. Again, all of these ideas are interrelated. I think we also heard earlier, and this links health, social justice, and the bioeconomy, is the issue of the changing dynamics of age in populations. In Africa, we have a lot of young people, a so-called youth bulge, and their voices are as important in considering issues of social justice and so on as the voices of the older sections of the population. I would like to emphasize the importance of hearing the young voices as well. And then just briefly mentioning the energy transition, there are social and economic issues, considerations which are cross-cutting when we talk about energy transition processes. There is the need for sustainability and so on, but also the need for equitable access to energy, to renewable energy, to consider decarbonization and so on. And that comes back to being a human issue. There is also, in terms of energy, in less developed areas, a question of infrastructure and how might we make rapid progress with development of the kind of infrastructure that is required to achieve renewable, decarbonized energy. And there I think we need to consider how Africa might need to develop faster than it currently is developing. So, concluding all of those comments, I think we should not ignore the fact that there are marked inequalities across the G20 countries. We are not all the same. Nevertheless, we have new technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, to bring about improvements, all of these human issues. We can integrate all of these themes and make recommendations which address all of these challenges. What we need, I think, in conclusion, is a few general points. First of all, we need academies to be able to take these recommendations from the communiqué to our policymakers. And I think that's perhaps one of our responsibilities, is to, having finalized the recommendations when we do that, to make sure that we do undertake to convey these messages to our policymakers at government level, at regional level. We also need to consider how we might be doing that within our countries at a national level, within government departments. I think we probably all have contact with the various different government departments, and as well as conveying these messages to our national leaders through the G20, we need to take these recommendations also to our own regional, national, provincial government sections as well. And finally, I would suggest that we need to think about how we can take these recommendations and incorporate them into the strategic plans of our own academies, and how we might be conveying these messages through the activities and the strategies of our own academies. So thank you. I think that concludes what we wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Stephanie. And we took notes, and tomorrow we'll go over, and you brought something most relevant, that it's not only the demography that's different among the G20 members, but also when we discuss inequalities. There is a huge difference among the G20 countries. And that's why I believe people decided several years ago to join together this G20 group, because the G7 was already going on. So that would be a more, I would say, broader space for discussion. Thank you so much for bringing this to to the floor, to the table. I think it's something for us most relevant to remember. And now I would love to have all of you for a picture. I don't know where they want us. Over there? Yeah, okay. So that we'll send them afterwards to everyone. And regarding someone asked, I think was Jose, Professor Jose, we have the website of the meeting and all the slides from the previous meeting are already over there, and we are going to add the ones from this meeting too, so that everybody can have access. Transparency. Thank you. So we'll move forward, and now we'll have the honor of listening to Shang-Hee Lee from the Korean Academy of Science and Technology of South Korea. Please. No.
Now it's working. Now it's working? Oh, okay. Thank you, Helena. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chang-Hee Lee from Korean Academy of Science Technology. I'm glad to be here as the representative of the Korean Academy. And I really appreciate, Helena, Professor Helena Nadel, and the organizing committees for excellent preparation of S20 Brasil 2024. And our real appreciation goes to the task forces for their efforts summarizing important agendas, commonly being faced by most of our member countries. And before I came here, I sent this the communique to our members, and about 300 members, and I asked them comments on that communique, and they gave me small, the comments, but most of the comments are similar to what the other academy, the members already, mentioned one, and they love the motto of this year, the S20, Science for Global Transformations. They love this title, but most of our members, agree what the statements of the communique, and but our life scientist members, about 6 members gave me some comment, but it's not very big comments, small comments. I want to read what their comments on that life science area, and they welcome the inclusion of health challenge in the 5 major task forces of the S20 Brasil 2024 communique. In particular, and they believe it is a step in the right direction that the issue of health equity has been adopted as a major agenda item. And the issue of health equity is already evident not only in conventional medicine, such as diagnosis and medication and prevention, but also in high-tech healthcare areas, including genomics and digital healthcare, which hold great potential to improve human health. Understanding genetic variations and polymorphisms is now key to diagnosing and treating many fatal diseases, such as cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and brain diseases, often referred to as precise medicine. However, severe disparities remain in acquiring, generating, processing, and utilizing genome information. According to a recent analysis published in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2023, over 75% of patients whose genomics were sequenced in the United States had European ancestry, and 10.4% had African ancestry, and 9.1% had American ancestry, and 3.7% had East Asian ancestry. Similarly, the use of digital health records suffers from inequality, causing the digital health divide. A recent report from the WHO revealed that only about half of the 53 member countries have developed a data strategy regulating the use of big data and advanced analytics in the health sectors. We are concerned that closing these gaps is hard to achieve because they are built on complex resources, including cost, hardware, and software infrastructures, and the highly educated experts in data analytics. We would like to stress that more meticulous efforts and collaborations by the member countries will be needed to overcome this. And this is the short comment from our life scientist members of Korean Academy of Scientists. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. And may I say, I really appreciate those comments that were just made. Thank you. Our next speaker is representing the Turkish Academy of Sciences, Professor Mustafa Seka, who is going to present Turkey's views. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. Good afternoon, all. Dear distinguished presidents, colleagues, and representatives of the science academies participated to Science 20 Summit of Science 2024 in Brazil. It is an honor and privilege to address you all at this significant event as we gather to discuss the final draft of the Science 20 communique. I extend my deepest appreciation to the Brazilian Academy of Science for their exemplary leadership and dedication throughout this process. Of course, the President, Professor Helena Nadir, and also her team. Their efforts have been instrumental in fostering a collaborative and inclusive environment, enabling us to find common ground on crucial issues that impact our global society. The theme of this year's Science 20, Science for Global Transformation, resonates deeply with our collective mission. The interconnected task forces on artificial intelligence, bioeconomy, energy transition, health challenge, and social justice reflect the complex challenges we face and comprehensive strategies required to address them. On behalf of the Turkish Academy of Science, I would like to congratulate and thank to all experts and contributors who have worked tirelessly to formulate this consensus-based recommendation and actionable measures consolidation from task forces to communique. The Turkish Academy of Science is proud to have participated actively in this endeavor, contributing to expertise of distinguished scholars to each task force. Insights and feedback provided by all experts have helped shape the robust and forward-looking document before us today. However, while the draft addresses many critical areas, there is one significant point that TUBA believes needs further emphasized within the social justice task forces. As mentioned earlier in the inception meeting, we must underscore the importance of addressing ongoing genocidal attempts, similar acts, and human rights violations, particularly in Palestine. The inclusion of the issue is paramount as it highlights the necessity of confronting and condemning acts of inhumanity and injustice wherever they occur. Ensuring that our communique reflects a commitment to addressing such grave violations aligns with our core values of promoting peace, equity, and social justice for all. Integrating this perspective into our final document will not only enhance its comprehensiveness, but also reaffirm our collective resolve to uphold human dignity and rights universally. It is imperative that we, as leaders in the scientific community, advocate for the protection of fundamental human rights and work towards a world where such atrocities are made with ununified opposition. As we move forward, let us remain committed to this principle, ensuring that our recommendations serve as a catalyst for positive change and global transformation. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Brazilian Academy of Science for their exceptional leadership and to all the Science 20 members for their invaluable contribution. Together, let us strive to create a future that is just, equitable, peaceful, and sustainable for all. Best wishes and sincerely, thank you for your attention.
It's my pleasure now to invite Professor Alison Noble from the Royal Society, United Kingdom, to make observations.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Professor Alison Noble, and I'm a Vice President and Foreign Secretary at the Royal Society in the UK. I wish to express our thanks to the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for the opportunity to join this meeting and to congratulate them on their leadership of the 2024 S20 process, culminating in the task force statements and communique that we are discussing today. These cover a number of urgent and critical global challenges on which our collective cooperation and that of our governments will be essential in order to address them effectively. It is therefore encouraging to see such a wide range of academies presented here today from all over the G20 and representing a wide range of countries and scientific perspectives. Specific to the statements and the communique, we are pleased that the energy transition is a priority for both the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and the host government. As the communique rightly says, and as we and other science academies have called for through this and other multilateral fora, such a transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy is essential in order to tackle the threat of climate change and to achieve Goal 7 of the SDGs, namely access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Alternative energy sources such as hydrogen, synthetic fuels, and carbon capture and storage will all have a crucial role to play in achieving this. And of course, addressing climate change is fundamentally interlinked with efforts to protect biodiversity, with which Brazil is so rich, and the preservation of which should be treated with the same level of urgency as challenges to tackle air pollution and health. There is a need for better integration of policies and actions to reduce emissions and adapt to the consequences of climate change with these other critical actions. We also welcome the focus on AI and its transformative impact and potential. As we are all observing, and as you acknowledge, AI is driving advances across a wide range of scientific domains. At the Royal Society, we recently highlighted this in our report on science in the age age of AI, which I chaired. And we would be happy to share the findings with you, or you can find the report online. It provides comprehensive coverage of many topics raised by Task Force 1 on AI, from scientific advances to how the process of science is changing as a result of AI, including changes in what we mean by the scientific workforce and science partnerships. It also covers, with evidence pointers, topics mentioned by others this afternoon on, for instance, the role of the private sector and environmental cost, which may be helpful as well. AI and digital technologies will, of course, also be critical to the net zero transition through modelling, optimisation and prediction. But AI must be implemented in the right manner, so we thoroughly support the call for ethical AI and equitable access to its benefits. And on the bioeconomy, while some of the language needs to be tidied up, the overall sentiments are correct. We have some further detailed comments on the wording of the AI and other statements, which we will share separately. There are many other important areas of action highlighted in the statements and the communiqué, which others have covered on in more detail. As mentioned by others this afternoon, we would strongly encourage there to be a collective effort to focus on tightening some of the messaging in the communiqué and highlighting the top key recommendations to ensure that the communiqué has maximum impact. As also mentioned, the interrelations between the task force themes, for example, health and AI and data, could also be highlighted more strongly. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and particular Helena and Marcos, for running such a smooth process this year, for engaging our experts throughout, and for being a great partner to work with, and for all your patience in working with us all. Coordinating academies from 20 countries is not a straightforward process. It is essential that we ensure that these critical issues remain high on the agendas of the S20 and of our G20 governments. This includes going beyond the current S20 meeting, and we look forward to working with ASAF for the 2025 S20. In an ever more dangerous world, collaborations of these and other critical issues is more important than ever. So if we can help to advance common agendas such as these through our links or in any other way, please do let us know. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much for all your comments. They're going to be taken into consideration, especially tomorrow, when we start the job. And I have now the honor to pass the floor to National Academy of Science from the United States. We're going to have, I believe, two speakers, right? Professor Karen Stryer and Dr. John Boatwright. Thank you.
Since I'm going to talk about history a little bit, I'll go first. What you have done in casting this very broad multi-component transition proposal is really, it's really together with what INSA did last year. It's a step, a big step towards really taking it from the top and saying, okay, what are the most important things that we can do? So congratulations on that ambition. Secondly, you've also set a new high in terms of the degree of interaction with the G20 process leaders themselves. And that's very, very valuable. And it's nice to be able to go home and say, we know they heard us because they said that's what we want, and so on. So I think that's been terrific, and congratulations to your whole team for that. I've only got a few comments on substance, and I think they're easy. We have our famous need for a council approval with some time for looking at it. So I add these few thoughts also with the hope that it doesn't change very much, because basically it's acceptable. But so here's just a few things. I guess we've all been saying it in different ways. Somebody used the word co-benefits a little earlier. I think that's really important to convey, that investing in these different components having to do with clean energy and bio economy and so on, and health, they're highly interactive, and somehow we need to convey the idea that these are investments that are multiple benefits. And so this is just a sort of a thought in terms of how we convey it. I think it would be good if we mention just a few words of who it is that we're working with, and who are going to be really critical in this transformation, and mention communities, mention engineers, and mention innovators. We don't need to do it very many times, but we should not sound like we think we kind of do it and it's done. It's very much a question of working within our communities at various levels, and recognizing the roles of innovation and engineering. Again, I think the words only need to be in there a few times. In the energy topic, again, a modest suggestion. We already have in the longer version 3 places what I think are some key words, and they didn't make it into the shorter term, so I hope one or more of them would, and they're all kind of a little bit on the same theme. One of them is it's something about a critical shift in how we generate and consume energy, because it's not just about create some energy. It has to, efficiency can be a huge part of the solution to a lot of problems. It also, in another place, we talk about moving to less intensive processes and products. That's another way of saying the same thing, which we might use those words. And finally, there is the reference further down to doubling energy efficiency by 2030. And I don't need all of those, but I think conveying that idea that efficiency is actually a multi-benefit thing to do. It saves you in multiple ways by needing to, less energy to start with, and it's almost always has other secondary benefits. I think there's some key words, and I think Stephanie used one that I was going to raise. Resilience, I think, is something that it's an important concept, and it's a capacity that we need to help define and help our communities to build. So it would be good if that reference was in, and I think that's it. Thanks again for everybody. This has been a terrific meeting. It's good to see old friends and new friends, and I've appreciated it very much. And congratulations again to your whole team. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And thank you, Elena, and everybody. It's been a remarkable meeting so far, and congratulations to you and your team and all of the leaders of these the task force leaders and their teams for their presentations and for these amazing documents that really get us going. I wanted to just add a few points that I think could be interesting and to integrate. We were talking about communities before, and I think that the communique could include some reference to the broader society, not only scientists or local communities, but also businesses, NGOs, civil society. And the reason for this is partly because these are the people who are going to make this happen. If we have our impact with policy, it's going to be implemented at the level of the local people involved. And making that explicit will help in multiple ways. The implementation includes capacity building, and that's not just training skills, but it's also capacity of getting people on board to understand the priorities and agree with the policies and being committed to them and the willingness that entails. So this combination of addressing a broader society in the document and talking about the relationship of that to capacity building and implementation. Ultimately, it was mentioned earlier by a few people that maybe some of the goals are big goals and we could think about them in terms of smaller steps. And we think that those smaller steps might be points at which we can also introduce the concepts of assessments of progress, which are stimulating for lots of reasons and can help us to show that we're making advances in some of these policies. And finally, the role of the science academies, what we're doing not just now, but after this meeting. And it seems to us that we could use the union, the force that's generated and the understanding that the collective action that this meeting has helped produce for the S20 academies to bring along with us the smaller academies in our regions. And I say this as co-president along with Elena of IANAS, the Inter-American Network of Academies of Sciences, but bringing the smaller academies in our regions through the processes and get them involved with these aims and tasks could be really effective at a global level. So thank you again. It's been a great meeting, and I look forward to tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And you're going to work tomorrow, for sure, both of you. And our last academy is going to be Professor Donald Dingwall from Academia Europaea, from the European Union. It's an honor to have you here. Please.
Thank you very much. The honor, of course, is all ours. We are the new kids on the block in this room, and we've been deeply impressed by the spirit of the process. And a lot of the credit for that, of course, must go to the chairmanship of the process, and we congratulate Brazil on, in a very short period of time, having produced a great high level of consistency and consequence in the document that lies in front of us. Just let me say one or two words about how we dealt with this, because we are dealing with it for the first time. We submitted contributions from our 5 experts that we nominated for the 5 areas, like most or all of you have done as well. Those experts, just to remind you of the remit of the Academia Europaea, this time came from Greece, from the Netherlands, from Hungary, from Sweden, and from a native of Turkey who has worked most of his life in France. And this is a bit of the remarkable nature of the European Academy, that we have these resources at our disposal. They came up with the following comments, which we then sent to our membership and which were adopted within our academy. To the first topic, AI, the keywords that I'd like to use to guide me here are first, children. We made reference to the fact that the state of being a child is, of course, legally different than that of being an adult, and that there may be a value to having an explicit reference to the interaction of children with AI or AI's impact on childhood, which may be able to be strengthened with one or two words or a phrase in our document. The second point is something you probably wouldn't expect from a European academy, but it's about the indigenous element. And of course, the fate of indigenous peoples is something for all of us, all across the globe, not only for countries which contain significant fractions of peoples that would self-identify as being indigenous. And as we approach AI, what do you do with relatively, even perhaps legally, for their own protection, isolated groups of people in a world now where in the future opinion will also be formed by AI, and in which it's unlikely that they will have a representative input into? Very deep question when you get into it, and in a way it's a crucible of the last 400 years as well. We also have the issue of the balance, as in all things that we do, between artistic and creative freedom and ethics on the other side. We won't solve this, of course. This is the history of humanity, but it's going to play out in the AI field, and I think we have to be open, flexible, creative, and be able to react in a moderate but insightful way to the challenges that are going to hit us in this regard with regard to AI. To the topic of the bioeconomy, I would just like to congratulate on the quality of the presentation and the document we saw today. If I had to give a first prize, maybe I would give it to bioeconomy today. The definitions and the latitude which was shown in being able to list the different definitions of the bioeconomy should be a lecture in every university, and I congratulate you on your openness and your wisdom in allowing that to go on to the paper. The second phrase I want to refer to is biodiversity. Of course, bioeconomy and biodiversity may collide with each other. We don't have to think very far to think about it. The nature of the agriculture and major suppliers of agricultural products and so on and so forth, and what they've done to biodiversity in the past. So perhaps it's already there, we have to make sure that the word biodiversity appears certainly in the bioeconomy document. The third topic, energy transitions, it's already been mentioned somewhere, perhaps just now, efficiency. Let's not forget efficiency. It's something that scientists don't get so excited about, but engineers get very excited about for very good reasons, because efficiency translates into benefits for everybody. I think that's exactly what we just heard, and I want to reemphasize that. So efficiency can take many forms. It involves technological progress as well. So it's a way to make, I would say, almost everybody happy at the same time. We shouldn't miss that opportunity, I think, in such a process as we're involved in now. I want to use the word geothermal. It appears, but I think it could appear a little earlier in the document on the energy transition. Geothermal does run night and day. I'm a geologist, so I can tell you all about it. And geothermal is really underrepresented in the research agendas of major countries. I've seen lectures across the globe on this. I've seen lectures in China where people have complained that geothermal is so low down on the governmental priority list. These things will change in the next 20 or 30 years because it's an untapped resource in a very significant way. I also want to reemphasize that we should not turn our backs or turn our eyes away from mitigation methods for the carbon. Somebody, I think perhaps it was Gerald Haug from the Leopoldina, said the carbon that's already out there. Somebody said it earlier today. We have to deal with that as well. We have to openly embrace technologies for removing, I will say, the carbon from the atmosphere. Of course, we're talking about CO2. At the same time that we embrace other methodologies for avoiding putting carbon into the atmosphere. And one shouldn't see these two things as being in direct competition to each other globally for the funding to deal with the climate crisis. I don't think we have that luxury. We don't know what mix of these two things is going to guide us through the next 20 to 30 years, and we should be open to finding that out. For health challenges, gerontology wasn't used as a word, but we saw the wonderful curves from Professor Nader of the Brazilian Academy showing us what's happening in the world. We have always lived with the notion from our species that if we have lots of healthy children, you probably all remember your grandparents and what they considered wealth was. Wealth was raising all your children to an adult age and having lots of them. This has now changed, of course. We don't have this luxury anymore on this planet. What we need is quality of life to improve, but not number of lives to go through the roof, as it has, of course, with the advent of pediatric medicine and so on, and hygiene in the last 200 years. Many of us are products of migrations of people across the globe already, which were caused by these population explosions. I'm one example. We have to avoid that, so we have to put an emphasis on the quality of life, which of course means the extension of life with quality and therefore senior medicine. Obesity is one of the strange diseases that increases with what we would call standard of living. Perhaps we need to redefine that, but it's coming at us hard and fast, and the numbers are astonishing in developed countries where it should not be a problem to be well nourished. So I want to make sure that I say to you today that obesity should stand front and center as well in health challenges in the planet. And it will come to every country sooner or later unless we can avert it. I was very pleased to see mental health receiving significant note in the health challenges report. And of course, the hardest part of mental health is all of the stigma, which is still associated with it. But it really is a disease. It can happen to any of us. And we should all be prepared for the fact that we're all in varying states of mental health, but only some of us have pathological consequences of it, which can range from our behavior all the way to the amount of money we possess and what we're allowed to get away with our behavior in society. And somebody mentioned the word loneliness in our expert range. I thought that was very brave to make such a statement. Of course, you can say it's all related to mental health, but we have to appreciate that the style of life, the way we live, our longevity of partnerships, our alternative media, how much time we spend in front of the computer, etc., are all elements which can generate increased loneliness within our society and can influence our voting patterns, the extremism of our views. Many interesting studies have been done on remote voting and how it impacts voting results. So this is also something which I suggest we can include as a phrase under health challenges. And finally, social justice. I think the best way to sell it, and somebody else already said it, is that inequality is essentially inefficiency in the use, efficiency again, something everybody wins from. So inefficiency of the use of human resources is a simple way to argue to anybody, from a taxi driver to a politician, that it's wise to enhance equity in every dimension in which inequity exists today. And I'm very pleased to see that, in principle, this has been referred to in the social justice document. And finally, one of our experts made the point that with the crises that are arising and with the shift and migration of people from poor countries to rich countries, perhaps we have to really actively avert the fact that all of the opportunities and jobs that result from the presence of the crises are not going to the rich countries and exacerbating the crisis, but are rather being distributed around the globe to alleviate the crisis of which is resulting in migration today. So I thank you very much. Again, it's been a great honor so far to be involved in this process, and I hand back to the chairperson.
Thank you so much for all your comments. And I want, since you have just finished your comments, I want again to thank, because I have been in the S20 meetings since the one in Saudi Arabia, that unfortunately we had to do it online due to COVID. It was a fantastic meeting, really congratulations. And we had some problems trying to figure out who should represent the European Union. So I want to thank the Itamaraty, that's the foreign affairs from our government, who helped us to bring, and they told us. And I think it is the first time that the European Academia is participating in the S20. So thank you very much for your comments. And I really appreciate it. Thank you. as you notice, we have some time, and I wrote to my boss, but he didn't read it yet, Marcus Cortezal, because he's big, you notice, and I'm not as big as he. I'm big, but not as big as he is, as bigger. And I was thinking, so that you could relax tomorrow, instead of starting at 8:30, start at 9, we could move for another extra 30 minutes for the comment from the observers. We have the observers from several observers in here, and we have the observers from International Science Council. We have observers from TWAS, the World Academy of Science. We have from ESAC, European Academy of Science Advisory Council. We have from AASSA, our friends, Association of Academies and Societies of Science in Asia, and the Inter-American Network of Academies of Science. And also, I think they should be here, the TWAS Young Affiliates Network and others. So we have 30 minutes, and we could, if everyone would intervene for introduce himself briefly and or herself. I'm not doing any gender consideration. Here we have a problem. We have to make it very clear. I'm not making it's both ladies and gentlemen that can intervene. So we could have a discussion for 30 minutes, and then we would start tomorrow directly with the writing and discussion of the communique. I think it would be better. Yes. And also there are some other, we have 30 minutes. Everybody that wants to use the, make an intervention, please go ahead.
So thank you very much. I'm Luis Sobrevilla. I'm representing the International Science Council, and I was invited to this meeting to be an observer in representation of the ISC, and I am very glad to see how good the meeting is performing. I mean, we have many interventions from experts, from people that have been working in this project or proposal for many months and perhaps more than months. So we are, as ISC, very happy of the product that we are going to finalize tomorrow, perhaps. I would like to highlight 2 points that is also a worry about or from the ISC, and one of these points is education. How all these ideas that you have been discussing for all this time is moved to early stages in education. Very young people need to be educated in what your ideas are, because that is the future of what we are trying to plan here. And the other point is how the translation of the knowledge that you are organizing here in a very specific way is to be passed to the people that is now teaching the new generations. It's not just a matter of economy, it's not just a matter of how we recycle the materials, but also how we teach our students. So I would like to have those 2 points, the education very early in ages for the people, and how are we going to tell the people that is really educating the people somehow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to speak? Please raise your hand. Thank you. The mic, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Wim van Saros. I'm representing ESAC, the European Academy's Science Advisory Council. We basically focus on advising Europe on the topics of energy, environment, and biosciences and public health. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me here as an observer. It's very much appreciated, and many of the topics that are being discussed today are relevant to us. I wanted to make my comments on your communiqué or draft communiqué short. We've heard already many useful suggestions, and I would just like to add that I only read it yesterday, because I had just got it and I was not involved in the preparations. I would like to stimulate you to expose more the sense of urgency, and also maybe to use climate change as an important overarching theme. It really ties in with almost all the topics. If you start with social justice, climate change will really have a lot of impact on our societies. And actually, in Europe, the word of energy poverty is now being used a lot. It touches on that. It touches on what we need to do on energy transition, but also on health. The climate change is affecting health a lot. And likewise, the bioeconomy, there's a tension between what we do for energy and what we do for the bioeconomy. If we use crops, etc., for biofuels, or if we start to put solar panels into fields, that there's a real tension there. And again, climate change also touches on the food production, etc. So I would suggest to put that as a stronger theme and to get the sense of urgency across more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ciarlos. Thank you so much. Anybody?
Well, good afternoon. I'm Virgílio Almeida. I'm a member of the TWOS, the World Academy of Science. And Professor Kim, the president of TWOS, could not be in person here, and she asked me to represent TWOS in this meeting. I have a series of bullets to read here, so I'm going to give this a series of many bullets to Professor Helena, and we will take into consideration when we update the final version of the communiqué. So just to say that we have a contribution from TWOS. Thank you.
Thank you for TWOS. Beatriz.
Good afternoon. Well, first I would like to thank Elena and all the group from ABC for the invitation. I'm the Executive Director of IANAS, the Inter-American Network of Academies of Science, of which Elena and Karen Stryer are our co-chairs, so I'm very proud to be here. I will not make any comment on the communiqué because I also read it just yesterday, but listening to all the things, I think that inequities are really very important among the countries. And you already heard Dr. Victor Ramos' expression of what is happening in Argentina. So I think that this is a unique opportunity to get some type of support for, I know this is not to make political statements, but the scientific community of Argentina really would appreciate and would feel the gratitude of having something coming out, as you suggested a while ago, because it's difficult to get to our policymakers. And so any help in that sense would be greatly appreciated. So thank you again. This has been an excellent experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatriz. Karen, do you want to?
Shall I? You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Helena. I am the president of ASA, Associations of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia. I'm sitting here because I came to this meeting also as part of Turkish Academy of Sciences, but now I'm going to speak for ASA. ASA covers academies not only in Asia, but also Oceania as well. So I should specify this. Australian Academy of Science and Royal Society of New Zealand are our members. And regarding this meeting, let me express my thanks to Helena and her team for inviting us. Actually, ASA engaged in S20 meetings last year and the year before as well, because INSA and the Indonesian Academy invited ASA. I hope that ASA and other international organizations become regular participants of these meetings from now on. Because here we have G20 academies, but those international organizations, ASA and others, they also represent academies which were not part of G20. So I think this is significant. If the future organizing academies consider this, that would be nice. For example, when I issued a call in our network, I got comment from Nepalese Academy of Science. But if you confine this meeting to G20, you don't hear their voices. So I congratulate Helena and her team in introducing this international observer section. And regarding the task force, the reports of task force and communique, I don't have much to say because what I planned and what I have in my notes already been expressed. But there are two things I would like to emphasize. One is it might be good if we include in the beginning, either in introduction or preamble of the communique, if we say that science is a global public good. International Science Council and the Inter-Academic Partnership and many other organizations already approved this conception. Science being a global public good constitutes the basis for scientific collaboration on the one hand, and on the other hand, it paves the way for equity. And my second comment is regarding a more specific comment. When I look at the draft communique, I see that, of course, it well covers the reports by task forces, but most of the statements within communique, they are about general principles, general suggestions. And that's what I expected of a short communique anyway. But I think it is better if we make some specific, concrete suggestions. If you do not make specific, concrete suggestions, governments, politicians do not listen to you. So we must think about it for each task, for each topic, perhaps include a specific, concrete proposal. For social justice, for example, I suggest, based upon my feedback and myself being a social scientist, because the topic social justice, preliminary document, actually provided us with a kind of a roadmap regarding how to assure social justice. Three action proposed: promoting inclusion, reducing inequalities, and ending poverty. These are nice principles, and nobody disagrees with them. But how we realize them, that's the question. Of course, in practice, you could get many measures, many suggestions. But if we make at least one concrete proposal, that would make it much more effective. So what I suggest, a phrase something like this: to ensure social justice, especially to end poverty and reduce inequalities, universal basic income should be given serious consideration. Of course, we cannot make that universal basic income should be implemented because it's up to governments. But as scientific committee, we could at least propose that this is a measure should be given specific consideration, which will help to end poverty and reduce inequalities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Yildizev. And anybody else? I need to turn around.
Can I say
Yes,
a few words?
please.
I just want to start thanking the organizers, and in particularly to you, Professor Nader, for extending this invitation to TIAN. TIAN is a scientific network. It's
Yeah.
a to us young affiliate network. It's a scientific network. I am now representing the network today. For us, it's a great pleasure and learning and being a witness, a kind of witness of how the representative of the greatest and greatest mind, I would say, in the world are working together to think around about these quite complex issues, and just to work and to agree in a final document that it's not easy at all, and it's a kind of science diplomacy or science for diplomacy. But briefly, TIAN is a network, scientific network, working under the umbrella of the World Academy of Sciences, with 400 early and mid-career researchers working in almost all the research knowledge and areas, working and living in 85 developing countries. I'm saying this just because it's in connection with you, Professor, I mean, the next president commented during your intervention. You said that it's important to include somehow younger generations in this, so it's a kind of comment or a suggestion maybe for the next year. Each task group can count with early and mid-career research, so you can count with our network for that purpose. So thank you for the invitation, and congratulations for this meeting.
Thank you so much. It's great to have you here with us. Any more comments? Yes, here.
I'm representing the Director General of the Brazilian Center for Research in Energy and Materials. I'm the Director of the Brazilian Biorenewables National Lab. And I want to congratulate Elena and the whole team for fantastic achievement here. And I want to bring up 2 points that to me was very strikingly good. The United Nations Environmental Program, it brings climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity as unprecedented climate issues that we have to deal with. I rather understand the loss of biodiversity as a proxy to a much deeper issue, which we discussed here, which was ecosystem degradation. So the group succeeded in bringing ecosystem degradation the same level as climate change, and that's very important because sometimes when we discuss land use for commercial purposes, we tend to forget the importance of land use for intangible things such as creation and maintenance of habitats, carbon sequestration, and even cultural uses of land for indigenous people. So bringing these two things together shows the maturity of the process and actually signals to the future that is not one versus the other, but is one and the other. So we need to go further and explore synergies and trade-offs as we go deeper in this issue. So congratulations. It was a very difficult task to get this going.
Thank you, Eduardo Couto Silva, for your comments. Well, I don't see any more hands, so I'd like to, before ending up the session today, I would like to justify some of the talks and some of the observers. We decided when we were... tinha uma aqui? Sorry. Eu não tinha visto.
I'm sorry.
I'll come back. I promise.
It's going to be quick. Dear Professor Helena, I'm sorry. Dear Professor Helena, the President of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, members of the S20 authorities and distinguished guests, and members of the ABC and the other delegates, I am Denise Fonseca from the University of São Paulo, an affiliated member of the ABC, and in the name of the affiliated members here present in this meeting, I would like to speak in the name of the young voices of the Academy today, and we would like to express our utmost sincere gratitude for this opportunity to attend this remarkable meeting. It has been a great honor to be here and an invaluable experience to learn from such a distinguished group of scientists and science leaders from the G20. We'd like to extend our utmost congratulations to the task force members and coordinators for their outstanding work in putting together the final task documents addressing the most pressing challenges facing the world today. I'm a bit nervous, sorry. You can count on us to be the young voices disseminating science literacy, fighting against fake news and fake science, and engaging local communities leaders to close the gap between society and academy. We are also committed in building local capacity, and now, thanks to this learning opportunity, we will also start new steps on engaging on local policy making. As we reach the halfway for the SDG agenda, we realize that we still have a long way to go. But as we move forward, we wish you all the best success in delivering this important document to the communique, to the G20 leaders. May it serve as a catalyst for global transformation, guiding us towards a future that is sustainable, equitable, and prosperous for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You touched me, all of you. And I think everybody in this room, because we are here thinking exactly on the future for you people, the next generation of scientists, as well as the ones still to be born. So thank you so much. Coming back to what I was saying, we decided when we were discussing with our board of directors of Brazilian Academy of Science, we decided that too many institutions nowadays discuss science and discuss political aspects of science and what science should be doing. So we decided we cannot change what is the purpose of the S20, because that's supposed to be with the academies. But we decided that would be really important to have the organizations such as, and I'm going to nominate all of them because all of them were present either today or on the inception meeting on March 11 and 12. IAP, that's Inter-Academy Partnership. ISC was at the beginning and was today here, International Science Council. To us, the World Academy of Science, that used to be for developing countries, now it's just the World Academy of Science, was in that meeting and in this meeting. ESAC, ASA, IANAS, TIA, and NASAC. NASAC was from Africa. They couldn't make it this time, but they were here. So I think, I really believe in this, that we should join forces. If nobody's going to be the owner of information. The information is available to all. And if we join forces, we can spread the news more easily. That's the way I believe. So I think it's very important that the global organizations like IAP, IAC, and TWAS, and the regional organizations were able to listen to all the comments, and they had access to all the documents, so that in the near future, we'll be working closer and closer together. I think that's something that would be really great for science, and especially because for middle and lower income countries, because it's very complicated for lower and middle income countries to travel around. And I was mentioning to our dear Vice President of the Royal Academy that I'm in the board of ISC, and I try not to miss any meeting. And we were discussing pay charts. And people could not understand why I was so angry with some positions. And I said, look, and they asked me, don't you have grants in Latin America and the Caribbean, these countries? And I said, yes. Why don't you ask me how much is a grant? Because then you understand a pay charge of $10,000 is forbidden, because that's for a young researcher, it's a grant for 2 or 3 years. $10,000 to be spent in 2 or 3 years. So that's the reality. Unfortunately, as we all already noticed, we are the largest economies, but we have a huge diversity in terms even on the funding of science. So I think this is very important, because all the observers had access directly, no interpretation. It's easier. So I want to thank all of you for being so much available, for bringing in so much inputs. And I want to make sure you can rest, but at 7, we're going to have a cocktail. It's going to be in this area, right? Yeah, over there. So you can go, come back, and then there is going to be a musical interlude, and then dinner, and then we'll be relaxing. So thank you so much for everything.